the S&P 500, guys and girls. Very, very, very important level coming up here on the S&P. So let's talk about it. Let's go over it. We are live. All right. Let's go over it. So we can see here, where are we at right now? We are at the golden pocket. This is what we've been waiting for a week. Okay, so very, very important level here. Market opens up in about 1 minute. We have these high priority order blocks up here at 778. We have a ton, and I mean a ton, of imbalances up there at 778 as well. So what's my plan? Well, I'm going to be buying more November calls here shortly. The only thing is, I'm going to look at the November calls and see how cheap the November 800 ones are versus the 830s, because I like the fact that the 800s are now going to be cheaper. So I'm going to be looking at those real quick and decide whether or not I want to get the 800s or the 830s and go from there. We have the 830s. We have one 830, then we have a few 800s on the options fund. I want to look and see how cheap everything is, and I might get a different one alongside the one that I currently have. Okay, we're at 768. Market's just now opening up. We're going to take a look at the gamma levels. This is a very important level, guys. Honestly, we very well could get stopped out. Okay, getting a daily sell signal there on the S&P as well. Okay, looking at the daily. Come on, real quick. We're at this massive liquidity level here, and if they drive, it could be a liquidity grab. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have a lot of alerts here. Getting a lot of alerts. Okay, hold on. So you can see here, this could be a liquidity grab, and a liquidity grab would be where they drive it under real quick and then send it. Okay, so be aware of that. Just be very patient here. Watch and see, is it a liquidity grab? Do we just bounce? Okay, there's like an 80% chance we fill that gap, by the way. So be aware of that. There's like an 80% chance we fill that gap. Getting a bunch of daily TS cycle system alerts to sell on that daily, but there's a liquidity level here. We have a lot of imbalances to the upside, so be aware of that. 80% chance we fill that gap. This is your dip. If you're going to buy it, this is it. Okay, I mean, just saying, this is your dip if you are going to buy it. I'm going to go ahead and pick up one more 830 call. That's what I'm going to do. I'm picking up one more 830 call on the 10K fund. Okay, picking up one more call on the 10K fund. Hold on a second. I already did. Just did. Picking up one more call for November here. Okay. Shut up. Holy crap. So this tells me anytime any of our stock holdings, quant fund, options holdings, anytime our quant fund, options holdings, stock holdings, any holding we have in the entire 3-4 funds, this tells me if we're getting a daily sell signal or not. And you can see here, SPY's getting a daily sell signal. SPY's daily is now red. So I just want you guys to be aware of that. There's a very high chance we might actually get our 760 now. Okay, and we're going to take it level by level like I've always said. If we lose 767.46, we're out. Hold on a second. We lose 767.46, we are out of the trade and looking to re-enter at 760. Okay, very big, very important. Okay, if we lose this low here, I'm going to watch and see, is it a liquidity grab? Okay, or do we actually break down? Okay, that's going to be the big thing here, because this does happen. Liquidity grab shoots up. Liquidity sweep sends down there a little bit, comes down to 760, holds down here a little bit, liquidity sweep, and then sends it up. Okay, and then just a bounce. Okay, you can do that too. So there's 3 different scenarios here. Same thing with the 760 level. Was this a liquidity sweep? Okay, with the breakout, or is this a true breakout and we bounce around 760? So that's another thing with this level here. Is this a liquidity sweep or a true breakout? Was all of this a true breakout, or is it a liquidity sweep and price gets driven back in here? Well, I don't know. We're going to have to see and let price decide. The thing is, this low is important. If we cannot hold this low, very important, and then it's going to be up to 760 whether or not this was a liquidity grab or sorry, a liquidity sweep or a true breakout. But we don't need to worry about 760 yet. We need to see and worry about this low here. And so far, 768 is holding. I mean, we can try to overthrow it. Look at the 2-minute here. We have a ton of 2-minute imbalances that we need, that we're taking out. Give me 1 second, get them on the chart. Okay, we have a lot of, we have those imbalances at 760. Remember, those are there. That's our target if we break structure. If we break structure at 760, 746, great. We'll just get back in down here, right? We'll get in down here at these imbalances. There's no biggie. Who cares? Take it level by level, okay? Emotionless, decide, let price decide, and we just act. So looking at this, 2 minutes, let me look at the 5 minutes here. We have a ton of them to the upside. 771, 772, 770. If you go over here to the 15-minute real quick, 15-minute here on after hours off, you have one up there at 778. Okay, just be aware of that. We're approaching and have a ton of imbalances to the upside, and it's very, very important that we respect those. These get taken out within 8 days typically. We're at day number 3, so just be aware of that. Looking at the 5-minute, looking at the 2, let's go to this 45-second real quick. Okay, these get taken out within 1 day. More often than not, these get taken out within 1 day. So we could effectively, we jumped over, so we took out the 768 imbalance on that 45-second that we created back over there. Okay, we created this 9 days ago. We took it out, by the way. We took it out. It's gone. It's not here, right? It's gone. I told you guys about this yesterday. And we now have this gap, and we jumped over 773, 772. So we jumped over imbalances. We didn't even take them out. We left them. These typically get taken out within 1.3 days. This was open from yesterday. So there's like a 97% chance almost, I'd say more like 80% chance price ends up moving back, okay? Moving back up to 773, and then eventually moving up here to take some of these 1 minutes out to the upside. I mean, look at this. This is insane, right? We jumped over. We took out this imbalance, took out this imbalance here on the 1 minute. Okay, these 1 minute ones were created back over here about 9 days ago. Okay, you can see looking at these 1 minutes over time, look at them. Okay, just look on the chart here. I'm gonna pull it up, and then I'm gonna just start arrowing them. Okay, look at these. Look at this. You got this one 1 day, 1 day, 2 days here. This one here, 1 day, 2 days, 1 day, 1 day, 1 day, 1 day. 1 day, 1 day, 1 day, 9 days. Okay, so what? That one took 9. Now, all these others took 1 or 2 days. That one took 9. Okay, you got 1 day here, 1 day here, 2 days here. Okay, 3 days here, 1 day. All of these within 3 days. 1 day, 1 day, 1 day, 1 day, 1 day, 2 days, 1 day, 1 day, 1 day, 1 day, and all 3 of these 1, 2 days. Okay, so my point is, these finally took a little bit longer. Well, look at this. We've got them all to the upside. 2 days open, 2 days open, 2 days open, 2 days open. Let's take a look at the nodes now. Let's take a look at the nodes. What we got? Let me drink my coffee. We got to hold this liquidity level. We cannot break it. We got a big node up there to the upside. Magnet at 770, guys. Get your magnet up there. Remember the node for Friday. It's still there too. Just be aware of that. I'm probably going to add to my short date con too. It's kind of cooked, not going to lie. It's kind of cooked. I hate short dates. At this point, I'm starting to really hate short dates. Okay, here we go. Node, golden node to the upside at 770. Okay, let's take a look at QQQ. I'm going to add the chart here so we can do both. I just want you guys to be aware the magnets to the upside here. Just be careful. And they're going to start shifting this higher, in my opinion. I think that this is a local support. It took forever to... I mean, we held this... Look at that. Look at these ghost orders on QQQ. Okay, QQQ's holding its node. It doesn't have one. It doesn't have a golden node to the upside. But if I hop over here to the heat map... What's going on here? What the heck? Come on now. Come on now. What are we doing? What are we doing? Give me my heat map. There we go. Look at this. It's still there, right? It's not as big at 780, but we still have a massive golden node there at 775 and still have the big node there at 780. Yes, we are in a negative gamma, so prices can move quickly. Max pain today. Max pain, if you ask me, well, big wall there at 770 at this point for today. That's going to be your magnet today, but I don't know if we can get past 770. Looking at this, we're still got the magnet for Friday, 775 and 780. Looking at this, looks like they could drive price all the way to 7. Looks like they could liquidity grab it all the way to 765 if they really wanted to, but I don't know if they're going to get that job done. Okay, 768. That's a very big liquidity level here where buyers step in. Okay, so I'm not going to sit there and say we're going to go to 765. I think that this is probably it, if you ask me. I think that this is this is a massive level, guys. Massive level here. Should see the gap fill. Should push higher, in my opinion. That's why I bought one more call. Let's take a look at the. What? Trump what? Is not in talks with Iran. What the hell's going on here? Buying one more of those calls for Friday, guys. So I have 2 now. I'm typing over there in the 10K fund real quick, guys. I'm going to have to go through, since I'm getting all these damn alerts, I'm going to have to go through some of our fund, make sure some of our positions I think we're doing fine though. Last I checked on them last night. So, but we are getting some daily sell signals. So by the end of the day, we are going to go over and double check some of our positions. 2 Friday calls, high risk, set up for the move to 777. I gotta find the liquidity level so I can show everybody. Give me 1 second, guys, and then I'll start talking about the S&P real quick. But this looks really good. We're at the bottom of the range. This looks really good. As long as we can hold it. Problem is, daily signal line is bearish, so be aware of that. So we got to see how we react here, because if we break this low, if we break sixth, let's take a look at the VIX. Let's take a look at the VIX real quick. Well, we still got some positions green. That's nice. VIX is only up 3%. I thought the VIX was higher last night. VIX only up 3%. High priority orders to the downside. I thought the VIX was up more than that. Okay, so we have those high priority orders there on the VIX, 15 minute. Okay, we do have that little bit of a left of the imbalance down there. 2 gaps to the downside, so be aware of the VIX. It could move down. That will help the S&P. Let's take a look at crude oil. Crude oil is rising. That's part of the reason we're seeing this decline. Crude oil should see some sort of move back to this level here. Okay, should. What did I just do? I don't want this. How do I get this thing off there? I do not want this thing. I don't know how to get rid of it. What the fuck? What is going on here? Okay. Don't know what's going on there. So here we are. The crude oil, we do have an imbalance there at 82. Okay, so be aware of that. Crude oil is rising, but we do have a bunch of doors open to the downside. Keep that in mind. We need to shut some of these doors. Looking at the 30 minute. High priority ordered back down at 80. Crude oil wants lower. We're going to take a look at the gamma levels on crude oil. We'll see. Okay, let's take a look at SPX, golden node there at, oh shoot, that ain't good. So we're starting to see some builds for 765. That's the only problem here that I'm seeing now that I'm looking at it. We have this 775, but now the door is opening up to 765 by Friday. We do not want our structure broken. Okay, heat map. How much does insurance cost? Grabbing some puts for Friday just in case, guys. 765s, possibly, just in case, as insurance. Looking to see how much they cost. Yeah, they're like $2. They're juiced up. 760s are $1. I'm going to hold off for now. Okay, let's take a look at QQQ real quick. QQQ's building a damn node to the downside too. 717. VIX. SPX. SPX still has it there at 7750 with 7700 as support. That's good. Market tide still bearish, facing uncertainty due to geopolitical tensions and mixed economic indicators. Just watch this level here. That's all we can do. You got to watch this level here. Let it decide. This is why we went small size on NVIDIA and IREN. Exactly why we went small size on those two names. Netflix still green, PCG green, MMM green. That's good. But again, with SPY, we need to watch. We need to watch this. Watch the slow here. We cannot break structure. I believe that's it. I need to change this to 7. I need to change this. Is it 42? The low is 46. There. If we break this low, it's not going to be good. Liquidity grabs happen, though. They can. Drive it lower, same wick day, boom, drive it higher, right back up into it. It does happen. I thought the VIX was going to be up higher. I thought the VIX was way higher than... I saw something in the overnight that the VIX was up 16%. I guess I was wrong. Whoever it was wrong. All gaps have filled. Now we just have the gap to the upside. We have 0 gaps to the downside except 760. Again, if we lose this liquidity level, 758 becomes in play. It's worth getting some insurance, maybe for Friday. I was looking at it. 757s. They're kind of cheap. 71 cents, 757s. Where's the gap fill at? 757s. I guess we could do it. We'll pick up some insurance if we lose this level. Let everybody know real quick. $758s are about 80. It would be about $82. What kind of drop would that be? That's possible. A lot of people are eyeing 760 though. Hold on a second. I'm going to draw up something for you guys. If you're watching this, go to the 10K fund, and I will show you guys what I'm showing. What I'm typing up. Okay. All right. So looking at this, I just let everyone know that I'm leaning more towards if we break this low, I'm gonna close the Friday calls, open Friday puts, and then keep the November calls. Okay. But I'm gonna show you guys what a liquidity grab is. Okay, that's my biggest thing. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna show you what a liquidity grab is. So far, this low is holding. It ain't dead just yet. So far, this low is holding. As long as we hold this low, we're good. If we break this low, it's going to be a fast doozy of a drop down to this liquidity level here. So just be aware of that. We are holding structure, and we're holding it for now. If we break this low, I'm out, and I'm getting insurance. Okay, but for now, I'm not even looking at this until we break this low. And I'm not even looking at insurance until we break this low. So give me 1 second. I'm going to show you guys what a liquidity grab is. Let me draw it up. This level here is 767.72. 767.72. My low is marked here on a new low. 30-minute. Also has this liquidity level here. Just keep that in mind. This is holding for now. Just be aware of that. Hourly. Be aware of that. 4 hour, I just want to also let you guys know, 4 hour TS cycle system is still in. I know everybody's all worried and panicking, but I'm just letting you know 4 hour TS cycle system is in. Daily's not. Daily's taking profit. But 4 hour is in. 4 hour is in. It's got a 91% accuracy. On average, it wins 1.1%. It's down 1%. So move that up to 1.05. Okay, 1.05. That takes us to dead even. And then 1.1% takes us to 785. If the 4 hour is going to do what it normally does, we should see on average a move up to 785. Just letting you know, 4 hour TS is in. Daily took profit. Daily took profit today. Nope, it's going to take profit today. It's red. It's red. So at the end of the day, daily TS cycle is exiting. Okay? Exiting with a 2.98% win. Its average win is 1.7%. It's beating its average win because it went long right there at 746. And I'm telling you, it held through all of this. It did not care about this, did not care about this. It just waited. It held through all of that. That's why the accuracy is so high. When it gets in, it will not take profit until you're at an equal high. Until you're at an equal high. So it did not care that it flipped red here. It did not care it flipped red. It did not care here. It waited till it was up at equal highs. And that's the whole goal here. That's why the 4 hour's in. The 4 hour's still in and the signal line's red. You might wonder why. Well, because it's waiting for an equal high. 777. It's not going to take profit until we get up to an equal high. That's why the accuracy is so high. It gets in with the 4 hour signal line going and rising, but it does not take profit until up at an equal high. So I got a example here. I'm posting it over in the Discord. Okay, posting it here in the 10K fund. Okay. Just got it for you. Just I'm going to probably clip this. Okay, so basically my point is look at the liquidity grab. See how it's a wick? Okay, that's what I don't want happening here. We don't want a wick below, right back above. Okay, we don't want like a 4 hour, 4 hour wick, but by noon we're back above it. Or a daily candle where, yeah, we wicked, but we're back above it. Okay, we don't want a liquidity grab here. That's why I'm not going to be too freaking hesitant on closing. And instead, I'll just close the damn Friday calls, open up a Friday put as insurance against the November calls. Because guess what? That TS cycle system is still freaking long, so I don't really want to go against a 91% accuracy. Okay? Could it be a liquidity sweep? Look at the liquidity sweep part, right? Where they drive price below it. Hold it there. Hold it there. They grab the liquidity, put liquidity, and then drive it higher? Yeah, could be. But then we also got to take into account this. So we got to take into account this level, the breakout. Okay? Literally, we got to be very vigilant here, guys. Because could they send it down and this level here be a liquidity sweep and they send price lower to be a liquidity grab here and send it higher, and then finally send it higher to where this was a liquidity sweep and this is a liquidity grab? They can be vicious, guys. I'm telling you. Very important that we take it level by level here. But first things first, again, if it is a liquidity grab, that's fine. I will exit my call for Friday, my 2 calls for Friday. Open up a put as soon as we break low. Try to ride it down to 760. Add more November calls. Ride it higher. Watch this level here. See if it's a liquidity grab. Or see if this breakout was a sweep or not. This breakout's not a liquidity grab. It can't be. Because this breakout can't be a liquidity grab because we've held up here way too long, right? We've held up here way too long. This breakout, the only way this is either this is a true breakout, which is what I'm leaning towards, or it was a liquidity sweep where they drive it back below. I don't think this is going to happen. Maybe at most they grab it and then send it, okay, and fill the gap. But I do not think that this is a false breakout. Personally, I think that we're probably going to see higher levels. That's my personal opinion, but again, we're taking it level by level here. And the very first thing we're going to look at is, do we break this low? If we do, great. We are going to grab that insurance instead. And that insurance, if we were to catch a 1% move down on a 4 DTE, it will make up for the whole November call. Maybe both. And then it might make up for the crap calls that we're in for Friday. But if we do get a pushback up, okay, the reason I added to Friday's calls is because they're cheap now. They were at a delta of 0.35 just yesterday, and they were cheap at what, like 180, 160, somewhere around there yesterday in equity. If this is, basically just a test and support, and we go higher, push up into those imbalances, that Friday call will make a lot of money if we hit 777. And keep in mind, 777 is still in play here. So far, holding really well. It's just going to chop people out, freak people out. Not too worried here. If we lose it, then we will go ahead and get our insurance. Okay, but the thing is, looking at this, hold on, what was I was going to show you some imbalances real quick. Looking at these 1 minute ones, right? With the regular hours, 2 days, 2 days, 2 days, 2 days. More often than not, within 2 days, we're seeing them, and we have literally, now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 to the upside. The only other two, guess what? The only other two we've had are down here at 730 and 736, guys. Just keep that in mind. We've only left behind 2 of them now. 2 out of the 6. 226 have been created. 220 have been eliminated. On average, 2 days, and we've left only 2. Because we just took out these 2 right here that we had. We just took out these 2 right here. Okay, these 2 finally got taken out. So my thought process is they might try to freak people out here, drive price below this level, send it back, because there's too many imbalances left to the upside. Out of 226, 220 have been eliminated. We've only left behind 2 of them. These took 9 days, but more often than not, I showed you earlier at the beginning of the live, all of these that have taken out within 1 or 2 days. So we'll see what happens here. We'll see. VIX up 4%, not too crazy. VIX has some imbalances and gaps to the downside. Again, I want to watch. What do we do? How do we act when we get down into this level here? If so, we'll just grab our insurance. We'll close our calls for Friday. We'll grab some puts for Friday either way. But I want to see how we act right in here. I hate this legacy chart. Okay, we're right here in this golden node. We're seeing some nodes pop up here. That's kind of why I said we're going to grab insurance if we start losing that low. August 31st, put sweep, 746 put sweep. This one still has more weight, 770. They're going to fake a lot of people out here, I have a feeling. You're going to see this disappear. But again, I'm not watching this level here. I'm watching this low. That's going to be my decision making. Okay, we'll close if so. See that? Just disappeared. Okay. Set the alert. A lot of people's stops are going to be here too. That's why I said liquidity grab. I'm typing. Sorry, guys. What are you all in? Everybody watching this, what are you guys all in? You guys in calls? You guys in puts? It's about to get a little dicey up in here. All right, I'm making a post right now. I'm reiterating in this post that there's still a 70% chance we're up at 777 by Thursday. There's still an 85% chance 777 by Friday. I'm going to shit rocks if we actually hit that level. Not going to lie. But there technically still is. The probabilities have not changed. We'll see what happens. If we're going to chop sideways, very well could see those upper imbalances taken out. Only problem is this node here that's building 765s, but it can change. You saw the node up here that changed, so just take it level by level here. Looks like your wall of support, the biggest one I'm seeing is here at 768, but if you lose 768, straight to 766 and 765. So again, take it level by level. As long as we don't lose this low, I'm not going to be too worried here. I'll be right back. Okay, we are taking out. Okay, so keep these in mind. We have a high priority order up here at 777, 778, but do keep this in mind. This is another reason why I want insurance, okay? If we break this low, if we break this August 6th low, we're going to take these imbalances out. Okay, so just be aware of that. We're not grabbing puts yet. Just break that low and we'll grab some damn puts. We're not doing it yet. Okay? We will come down and take these out probably at some point. Personally, I think it'll be after Vixpiration. It'll probably be sometime September. I think we could still rally up here for August. the last couple of weeks of August. I don't know if we're going to come and start selling off here in August. I am more bearish for September. But again, we're not trying to guess. We're watching this low. Break this low, we grab some insurance, 758 puts for price to come down here. Those 758 puts should help make up the difference in those cheap calls we bought. Maybe help make up the difference in the November calls. We'll see. But the biggest thing here is watching this low. Okay. As long as that holds, we're good. We are seeing a change of character, not a break of structure. A break of structure would be this one here. Change of character just means, hey, structure is changing. Structure is starting to change. Not break of structure, hey, structure has changed. Structure has not changed yet. It is just in the process. It's not looking good. That's what the change of characters mean. Change of characters are a little factor inside a bigger picture. And it's saying, hey, pay attention, seeing some warning signs on structure. You break this low, that would be a break of structure. Okay, break that low, we go down to 760. I'm not convinced yet. I'm not convinced yet, team. I don't think it's going to. I'm calling bluff. Calling bluff on SPY. Let's say you're coming up here. 775. Coming back up here. 778. Say you're going to come take some of these bad boys out here. Punish those who did not buy the dip again. And get the dip buyers that more complacent. Yeah. Yeah. And in September, they're going to wreck everybody, probably. Yep. And then they're going to convince everybody the top's in September. And then rip it higher in November and December. Back up. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much my thoughts. But yeah, there's still a very high chance we come up here, guys. It's still the probabilities. I picked the furthest out one. Literally. Because you got one here at 771.42. Got a tiny one there. Then you got the one here at 774. And then you've got this one up here at 777. And then if you turn regular hours on, you've got the 15-minute one up there. Right there, 778. That typically takes about 8 days. We're at day 3 on that one. Taking a look at the 30-second. You got them up there at 778 as well. Those typically 1.4 days. You also have them at 773. And then you have one there at 770. We did not take 770. Did not take 773. High priority order there at 773. And then, again, 778. I'm not convinced, guys. I think the dip gets bought, personally. You got 772s up here that we just jumped over. We'll see. They're going to try to chop everybody out here. Convince them that we're going lower. Or convince them we're going lower and then send it higher. Liquidity grab. I really think we're going to still move higher here. Towards at least fill the gap for sure. But you do have a lot of people looking to fill that gap. But you have a lot of people looking to fill the 760 gap. What does the market punish more? Bulls or bears? So we'll see. But looking at let's take a look at GEX again. Okay, same thing. This thing can change though. Massive wall there at 770. It's going to be very hard to get above 770 today. Okay. Vanna. $765s. You can have well, I'll have the analyzer guy see what he has to say. I'll read it to you. Give me 1 second. Had to get some more coffee, guys. Hold on, I'm gonna read this to you, unless you've already read it, but I'll go ahead and read it. Probably what I've talked about, honestly. I've gotten pretty used to learning how to read these heat maps. Kind of interesting. When you're in a negative gamma regime, just know that you're going to see quicker and faster moves. That's why I said it's very important that we watch that low, because we can see that quick move down. Okay, the move downs always happen a lot faster. Looking at 0 DTE gamma is negative on both the closest strike and below spot and the closest strike above spot. So the tape lacks a stabilized pin. Expect more directional pressure and volatility expansion rather than controlled mean reversion near current level. The map shows the heaviest nearby negative gamma wall on the downside is 765. If we lose that low, watch for 765. The closest upside negative gamma pressure clustered around 770 with the 0 DT expiration dominating the absolute gamma picture. These nearby walls are likely to matter the most for immediate swings. 770, 765. That's your pretty much level to watch out for here based off of the gamma walls. Watch how price behaves at the break points into 765 on the downside into 770 on the upside. Once either wall gives way, moves can accelerate. So what it's sitting here saying, if we get above 770, the move higher, look at that node's changing finally. The move higher will be quick. If we get below 765, the move lower will happen quick. But right now, expect volatility to happen within this level. Okay. But anyway, that's pretty much what that agent has to say. You guys can use the agent if you want, if you guys have it. But again, taking this into my own perspective, we're holding structure. Okay, we just came down, took out this imbalance. Okay, that's it. We're holding structure. So we get above 770, we start getting into this fill. I think we're gonna move higher. We break that low, we're moving lower. Simple. Just wait. This is holding. Okay, it's holding. Who's buying the dip? The dip always happens. Literally, nobody wants to buy the dip when it happens. Nobody does, including myself. I don't either. I mean, I think of it like I hate it too, guys. I mean, how much I hate it too. I would rather buy the dip at 760, but here's the deal. We sat there and waited and waited and waited and waited, and we never got it, right? We sat there and waited, okay? We saw it cluster here for 30, okay, how long was it? 30, 1 hour, hour and 30, 2 hours, 2 hours and 30, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5. We saw it cluster here in this level for 4.5 hours. Price ran, actually gapped up. Okay, then it pulled back, and then I was like, okay, we'll go in at 768. We never got it. And then it pulled back. Sorry, this was whenever I was saying we'll go in at 768. Then we never got it. Then I was like, okay, we'll get in at 772. We never filled that gap. And, here we are. Got the luxury. You're right here. Beautiful dip buying opportunity as long as this low holds. Not to mention, we've seen whales continue and continue and continue to load up on various names. That's a good sign. Okay, if we were seeing whales load up on crude oil, or if we saw whales load up on VIX calls, or if we saw whales continue to unusually buy, recessionary names, then I'd be a little bit more cautious too. But we're not seeing that. We're still seeing whales buy, buying names. So, and they're buying tech names. So, not saying we can't come to 760. That's still in the possibilities. I'm just saying I'm not going to sit around and wait for it. I'm going to use this dip as an opportunity. If we now have a tight stop. Okay, if we can move higher, great. If not, we'll try to get back in later, lower, because the volume is very thin. But for now, this is holding. After OPEX, very possible. We could see that gap after OPEX. Credit spreads, yes. If you guys would have grabbed call credit spreads at the top, I did talk about this yesterday in the live stream. I said if they send price up to 780 again, I'm going to grab a call credit spread and suck the premium out of people. We are going to start doing those more often now because we're in that kind of environment. We haven't done them in months. We haven't done them in a long time. Okay. I believe the last person that I think he's the OG of the OG back when the Discord had like 20, 30 members. He's the very first one. What's his name? I can't think of his name right now. Area 51. You can type his name in the Discord chat. He'll know about them. He's been with me since 2025. The thing is, you guys got to realize this environment is constant. The market is constantly changing environments, and you get into these expansionary periods, which is what we're in right now. We just expanded higher. And now we are digesting the move. And you get into the compressionary periods, like February, like what I thought we would see a little bit longer than we did before we broke out. We broke out above 760 and then we expanded. So we're still in an expansionary period. We could start to compress and consolidate. Yes, we will get to a point where we are going to consolidate for months and on months to where we don't make new highs, to where we do consolidate. People think we're going to crash, but we probably won't. Who knows? I think that at most, honestly, looking at, September being a bear, you want my honest opinion on where this could go? Call credit spreads, we'll talk about them. Basically, you're basically sucking the premium out of people buying calls. It's super. You're on the seller side. Okay, one quick question or one quick answer here, and I'm going to give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up TrendSpider and I'm going to pull up this model. You guys want to know where I think we go in September? This model is going to be your guide. Okay, so let me show you. I'm going to delete this. Okay, you guys want to know where I think we go? Well, I'll show you. I think we're going to get bared up in September. Not going to lie. But again, we're respecting support and resistance. We are clearly at a support level here, so we're going to keep on respecting that as we go. Whether we're getting bared up or not, we can grab insurance. It's fine. Okay? Well, I don't think we're going to go down to what this model says, but I will remember this. If sometime this year we sell back off to 630, just let me know. Just remember this post. I'm just going to let you guys know. If we sometime this year sell off to $630, we all better take this model into consideration and respect the hell out of it. But I don't think we're going to sell off to 630. I think in September we'll probably get September and October we're probably going to get down to 700. I do think that's a very big possibility, which would be about a 7% correction. I think we could see 700. We could possibly see, hold on. Let me map this out better. I don't want to scare you guys because, we will be ready for whatever the freaking market throws at us. And I do think we are going to get pretty bared up in September, in my opinion, for now. Look at yields, okay? Look at yields. They're continuing to rise while the market's right. This is not healthy. What's happening right now is complacency. In the VIX, yields, why is gold and silver running right now? Gold and silver, money is flowing into gold and silver, yields, the VIX, and look at crude oil. But looking at this, a 10% correction would be right around 700. Okay? 8.9% at 710. So right around 700 would be a 10% correction. This model this model here says we're going down 20%. Market. If it's right, then and then it says we go higher. Then it says we go up towards 850. Okay, this is a long model. This price explorer has been explored. This model has been long since 405 in 2023, and it has not gotten out. Every time price has gotten below this model, it's gravitated back towards it. Remember, the price explorer, I can show you an example here of, let me go with a 4 hour. Let me see something here. let's try. What could I do? I need to give you guys a good example while we're sitting here waiting for our calls to cook. Um, maybe if this model's right. No, the thing is, this model, if it's right, I want you all to remember this. Okay, but I don't think it's going to be right. I think we'll get down towards 700 and then we'll rally up further. Okay, personally, and then we'll eventually catch up to it right here. Kind of like, I mean, literally, it's respected it. It has respected it. And I want to show you what a new Price Explorer looks like, because I want you guys to understand right here, all of these candles here weren't here. So imagine this model without all of these candles coming up. Okay, the Price Explorer has been the same. This has not changed since 2023. This Price Explorer was here in 2023, saying we would be at 768 at this point in time. This price, or sorry, it said we would be at 750 at this time. We're extended from it. This Price Explorer has not changed since 2023. It has been here. And let me give you an example real quick of, let's do a short side. Since the daily just went bearish, let's do a short side. And remember, shorts more often than not, they don't make it. Okay. Give me 1 second here. No, let me try to find, I'm not going to do a short side. Hold on a second. Let me see about doing, what are one of the holdings we have? Let me go back. Let me go to the Google sheet. Let's type in Riot. Let's type in Riot and let's go to the 4-hour. All right. The Price Explorer, as soon as it goes long, it gives you an explored price. Price does not have to, price is going to do what it's going to do. It's going to give you an explored price. Okay? And it will be there until it exits. It will be there. It's saying Riot could go up towards 37.40 based off of historical data, right? Based off of historical data, it says Riot could rally. You can see this Price Explorer. Price is nowhere near this Price Explorer, right? It goes long, and it gives you the explored price on where it's expected to go, whether price goes there or not. Whether price goes there or not, it gives you the explorer. It gives you the explored price. So my point is, back in 2023, with SPY, this model said we were going up here. It said we were going up here. Let me get rid of all the annotations here. Okay? It said it. It went long at 405, and none of these candles were here, but this Price Explorer was here. I just showed you Riot and how that Price Explorer is far-fetched from where it's at. Well, this was the same. We went long. Everybody is at 405. This model would have said, hey, we're going higher up here. And look at how price has pulled to it. Pushed up above it here, pulled back into it. Pushed up above it here, continued respecting it. Pulled back a little bit. Continued respecting it, got extended from it, pulled back, moved down and crashed. If you would have watched this model, you would have said, hey, it's going back up. And it did. Continued moving higher above it, continued gravitating back towards it. The pullback, same thing, gravitated back towards it. What's it saying? It's saying we're going to 630. That's insane. 620, sorry. That's insane. And then it says we go higher later. I'm not saying that. I don't think that. I am taking it level by level. But just know, back in what was it, like 3 or 4 months ago, I showed this model when we were down here in March, in May. I think it was in May. I think in May, I showed everyone this model, and I said, hey, this model is expecting the top not to be in till probably 750. How many in the chat remember me saying, hey, this model, and showing this exact model, saying, hey, it's expecting the top to be in somewhere around 750? Because I did. I posted it. I posted it in the Discord. Well, here we are. We're right here near where the model is saying. So it's saying, hey, decent chance we come down to 620. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think in September and October, we're probably going to get that move down towards 700. Which is about a 7% move. Completely healthy. From high to low, an basic 9% move. That's a correction, guys. for a higher move. Could it go lower? 100% could. Okay, but what I'm saying here is it's saying probably at least, in within the next 2 months, we're going to see an 8% correction and then move higher. And that's what I don't want to get caught in. Don't want anyone getting caught in. That's what I want to have insurance. So that's what we are going to be doing, and when we break these key levels. So this price explorer is showing, well, this one has a worst case scenario too, right? You can see medium case here on the weekly. The medium case is we slow grind higher up towards 800. Worst case is we come down towards 740, bounce up towards 760, move down towards 700, and then move higher. So this worst case model says 700 as well. Best case says we just keep grinding. Medium case, yada, yada, yada. Okay, just something to be aware of, pay attention to. Again, I think it's important to know that every time in the past we've seen bear months and a bear month, it's never been worth it. I mean, you can see that, even these 2 months here, right, eaten up in 1 month. Even this month here, eaten up in pretty much 1-2 months. You can see here, this 2 month here, gone in 1 or 2 months. This month here, gone in 1 month. These 3 months gone and eaten up in 1 month, right? So at the end of the day, is it worth being a bear? No, not really. It's just worth being conservative, risk management, proper size, grab insurance, and survive through that so you can thrive through that. Survive through that, thrive through that. That's the thing. The 1 year that it would have paid off would have been 2022. Again, survive through that to thrive through that. Survive through that to thrive through that. And that's kind of the motto here. Honestly, it's not worth being a bear because it doesn't last very long, and these signals take a little bit longer, that you're going to have a lag effect, and by the time they do flip, you're at a higher price. So, you can see that it flipped here because it was saying, hey, there's a possibility of 570, but then if you just would have exited at 650, exited your bull thesis, and then got back in at 718, you wouldn't have lost money. You just would have not made any. But you wouldn't have lost. That's the thing. So it's not really worth being a bear. Just keep that in mind. Just insurance, put more money into the proper sectors, yada, yada, yada. Again, my thought process is, what I personally think is going to happen, because I developed and I wanted to develop this new Range Break Pro, and I really, so we can have an idea of where price is going to be, yada, yada, yada. I wanted to see, okay, what historically has happened when we break out? Historically, when we break out, what's happened? Well, historically, we moved up. There's 60% chance we see 790. Okay? Well, you can see TP1, 2, and 3 here, happened. We broke out right here. This would have been your time to go long. You would have stopped loss on the breakdown here. You would have waited. You would have avoided all of that drawdown because the daily and weekly were red. You would have went long when it flipped green, and you would have caught the whole move up to TP1, 2, and 3. Okay? Range Break Pro. We're getting in. You get in on breakouts. You can try the breakdown. You get to the TP1s occasionally on the breakdowns. I don't pay attention to the breakdowns because more often again than not, it's not worth being a bear. Okay? It gets eaten up very quickly. You can see here, this is all in 1 day. Remember this day? Right? Ate up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. It's just not worth it, right? So looking at the TP1 here, when it broke out, okay. Well, let's start with this one here. Okay, you can see we broke out right here. We hit TP1. We did not hit TP2 and 3. More often than not, you're hitting 1. Okay, you can see we broke out here. We hit TP1, 2, and 3. More often than not, you hit TP1 though when you're breaking out. Okay, you can see here, break down. Guess what? Didn't last. Boom. Not worth it. Okay, and then you can see here, breakdown here, and then since then sold off. You wouldn't have had a setup on the Range Break Pro until back over here, actually until right here. So it's not like a signal you can day trade every day, but it is something that develops your range, and it's giving you high quality setups and high quality breakouts. And you can see, from 2022, you would not have traded the Range Break Pro. But then finally in 2024, you had a setup. It broke out, TP 1, 2, and 3 hit. Okay, you could have traded the breakdown here. I can turn it on. I can show you. Again, more often than not, the downside targets, they're not getting hit. Look at that, barely hit. You almost would have had TP1. Okay, on the downside, TP 1, 2, and 3. You can look at them, right? You can see here it did work in 2022, broke down, TP1 hit. Okay, I just don't think it's worth it, personally. And then we're going to talk about the require volume. But again, let's take a look at some of these here. Breakout here, what happened? TP 1, 2, and 3 hit. You can see here, breakout, what happened? TP 1, 2, and 3 hit. You can see right here, breakout, what happened? TP 1 and 2 hit. And then we had another breakout here, but we didn't hit TP 1, 2, or 3. I would have continued looking at this one, to be honest with you. And then your stop losses is either a stop loss here, or you can stop loss on a new break down. That's always a possibility. Again, this is a very good system to check and see where are you at. The breakouts, it's measuring every time we break out in history. Every time we've seen breakouts, what has price done? And the Price Explorer continues to develop and continues, or sorry, this is like a Price Explorer because it's continuing to take historical data, historical breakouts, and give you an explored price of where prices ended up on these breakouts, and TP1 is your target. So as long as we technically, as long as we hold 714.39, 790 is in play. That's not going to be my stop loss, no. But technically, this is saying you could see price drive all the way back down here, chop, do whatever, but we're still going to end up here at 790. That's what it says. So again, this isn't going to be where my stop loss is. You can use the weekly, you can use the daily. Daily is going red. 4 hours still in position, weekly still in position, monthly still in position. But again, this is just an idea of, hey, since we broke out right here, where is price likely to go? Price is likely to go to 790. But what is TJ saying? TJ is saying, hey, don't lose this damn low. You don't want to lose this low. If you lose this low, then we're going to 760. We can try again there. Right? 760. You don't want to lose that low. If you lose that low, we're going to 760. So we grab insurance if we lose that low. Hourly with 24 hours on is green. 4 hour red. You do have a 4 hour imbalance down here at 760. Okay. You have that 4 hour imbalance up here at 774. So my thought process is, again, stop loss on a break of this with our calls for Friday, and grab some insurance for 760. Grab some more November calls for the higher. This could be a possibility too. Liquidity grab. I told you guys about this, where they try to drive it under real quick and then wick it back up. It's all about what we do here. You know, whether or not let's say we get a liquidity grab and our put, we get out of our call for Friday, but our put, then we lose our put basically. If that's the case, we'll still have our Novembers on. And it's just insurance. You got to treat it like insurance. It's protecting us from this. I don't want to see a break of structure, though. I really don't. And they're probably going to do it, looking at price. Looks like it wants to break the low. Personally, it looks like it. Looks like they're going to try to drive it lower today. A lot of bulls are going to get caught buying. I'm not. I'll probably take my 1 November call off if we break this low. keep the one on, re-enter the second one there, and grab a put to hedge the one. Kind of a crazy time, guys. But I'm still bullish. Weekly's still green. Not a good weekly candle, though. Half of that 4 hour is at 760. So a retest of half that 4 hour candle. PLTR, getting an unusual flow for PLTR. I need to be ready because I will grab, again, I will take profit on the I won't take profit, but I will close the 777s. If you hear that alert go off, I will take those 777s off, grab an insurance play for the retest of this 4 hour candle. They're going to do it too. They're going to drive it. They're going to get everybody's stops out here. Node back to the downside. Take a look here. Node still to the downside. You've got support coming in here. Ideally, if we're going to sell off, I'd like to see the golden node down here. It's not yet. It's still up here. If we're going to sell off, we need to see this golden node shift. Nvidia's cooked. For now. Still got earnings. Whoops. Where's my equal high at? Yeah, that'll be for earnings. $200, 196. We could add some calls. December calls down here. They're going to try to drive people's stops out. Looks like. Watch this low. I'm going to pick up those puts if we do break that low for Friday. They are about 87 cents, guys. Just in case. It's going to be insurance. But I need to hear that. I need a clear break. I want this to say BOS. I want this to be a break of structure. I'd like, ideally on top of that, I would like this to shift yellow. And I'd like to see a 760 node, but we're not seeing that yet. So far, it's just holding this. 770s, it's still there. I don't think it'll stop here. Honestly, I think we'll see more to the downside. We'll start to see dealers have to really hedge. They'll drive it lower. All right, 68, 767, 68. Finger is on the trigger here. If we break it, I will pick it up, and I'll just close the Friday ones out, the 777s. Two at 404. NVIDIA getting another alert. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and open this up, guys. Just to be safe. Shut up. Shut up. Literally. Okay, so 777s are not on, but the Novembers are, and then we have a put as insurance here. Just in case. Could be again, it could be a liquidity grab where they just wick it down in there, stop everybody out, and then send it higher. It's fine if it is. We got our Novembers on. But I'm running insurance just in case, guys. Just in case. Put comes off at 760. Put comes off at 760. New calls will be on at 760. If they keep driving it. Looks like they want to. They're going to, I mean, again, look at this heat map. Well, exposure down here. So Still got the golden node above, but I'm going to go ahead and grab the insurance just in case. Going into Vixpiration and OPEX. We had some unusual flow here. PLTR. What the That is insane. I'm not even going to post that one. Okay, we've got above the ask here for TMUS. October 195s. Above the ask. Okay, so here we are on TMUS. Looks like they want to send it higher. Weekly is bullish. Weekly signal line is. Monthly is rising. Right here in the golden. What do those cost? $451. I'm going to pick up 50% of them. Set the alert down at 150. 155. I'm going to pick up 50% of TMUS. Weekly signals bullish. Monthly is rising, confirming a rise. And we're right here in the golden. Be careful. They're on SPY. We'll go back over it here in a second. But they're going to probably send this thing lower. The dip buyers are about to get super punished if they don't have insurance. I'm going to go to TMUS real quick. T-Mobile. Back down below 768. Insurance, please grab insurance, guys. Honestly, I would. They're going to try to drive this thing down to 760. They might try to whipsaw it back up by end of week. If that's the case, we'll buy it. I'll take my put off at 760, grab a call at 760, but I'm not going to play around with them. When they break my low, then they break my low. Okay, TMUS. Right inside the golden pocket. Looking good on the weekly and monthly. Flow came in above the ask for October, following with 50% of size. That's how little bias I have. I'll flip-flop like that. I mean, if they break the low, they break structure. I mean, it's clearly not healthy. TMUS, bullish structure here. They're going to send it back again. Again, they're probably going to send this down to 760. December. That node, let's take a look at the node real quick. Still up there. They have not shifted it yet. That's why we took our positions off on the quant fund. Did I see? Yeah, 195. Playing around with that freaking previous low. Playing around with it. They got it below. They did break it. Be very careful if you're buying calls here. The fact that they drove price under that low is a warning. I still think we'll see higher later, but there's definitely high risk of coming down to 760, 762. I'd say 762 is going to be my target for the put. $760. Honestly, 760 looks. I mean, that's going to be a beautiful buying opportunity. Honestly, if we do get to 760, it's where we originally wanted to buy. It just we didn't wait. Let me go to the. Where's it at? It's right here at these imbalances. Right there, 760.75. And then we'll try, once we get down towards 760, we'll flip-flop our put for Friday. Well, it won't be Fridays at that point, but we'll get in a short-dated put or a call. So short-dated put down to 760, pop higher. That's what we'll be trying for. If we can get down there today, the put, I don't know, let's go take a look at it. Hopefully it makes up for the calls. Okay, so looking at the put, if we get down towards 760 today, it'll make $160, about $200 if we could get down towards 760 sometime today or tomorrow. So somewhere around $200, which is 229%. If we can get down here towards 760, then we'll flip-flop the trade, get in a 5 DTE call down here at the liquidity level. That's going to be liquidity support where we broke out. So we'll see. But my target is 760. It's playing around with this low right here. But since they did wick it below, it's a little bit of a warning sign. Okay, they did break the low. So that should have told you everything you needed to know. They want this lower. They want this lower. They wicked it. That's your warning sign there. It broke. Technically, it broke. So, whether it's a liquidity sweep or not, I don't know. But say, look at that. There we go. Breaking it again. Breaking it again. Exactly. Shut up, Spy SPX. I know we're going down. You don't got to remind me. Okay, you're done. You're done. You're done. You're getting deleted, bud. You're getting deleted. Okay, so here we are. Again, I told you, warning sign. We broke the freaking low. Okay. Shut up. Oh, I know. Hey, you don't gotta whisper at me. I know. We're breaking it. We must be flexible. Okay, so when we get down here towards 760, we will be targeting 775, 780 like normal. This is our retest of the breakout if we can get down here. They've broken it twice today, 3 times today now. That's an indication. That's a warning sign here. SPY's weekly. We have a weekly imbalance. I didn't realize that. Do we really? You gotta be kidding me. I thought it was down at 685. SPY's got a weekly imbalance here at 650, guys. Let's throw up the panel here. Taking off the 1 November call we added today. We will re-enter that 1 November call down at probably 760. I don't like the fact that we have a weekly imbalance. We only have 1. 7 have, in the total history of imbalances, 7 have been created. All 6 have been eliminated. Average time, average time is 821 days. Yes. Okay, so I took that off there. So now we have 1 and 1. Let's take a look at some of these past ones. Just curious. So, yeah, they don't have to take out pretty quickly. I mean, you had this one, it took 161 days. Prior to that, okay, so this one took about 21 days. Interesting. This one took about 56 days. That's interesting. I didn't realize we had that open. It doesn't have to get taken immediately, but it is worth noting. It is there. Again, puts come off down at 760, probably 762-ish, somewhere around there. Structure's bearish. I'm not waiting around for it. This node here is still to the upside. Keep that in mind. But sticking to the rules. You could take that put off if we get to 765. Just seeing, hold Holy crap. 15 million put sweep for 755 for September 18th. What do those Septembers cost? About $8. Let me see if I can see those on Black Box stocks. NVIDIA, more hits on NVIDIA? Jeez. Oh, those are blocks. All right, let me check out SPY real quick. Yeah, I'm seeing them. September 18th. 15 million. These are being bought, guys. They're being bought. This is crazy. I'm going to pick up some with the options fund. Pretty much. I'm picking up that September play, the September 18th. I'm picking those up here in the options fund, guys, to hedge the overall fund. 755s. I'm in. Still in the Novembers as well. I'm going to keep those. I just have one, though. I want to have something in this fund that can hedge the overall fund. So the September ones make the most sense. 755s, 918, two of them, 718, 818. This is about a little over, almost 75% size. Okay, this is to protect risk of 760. We'll take those off at 760. The whale that's in, the whale that just loaded up, he's looking for a move down to 760. Okay, we had another 1.79 million 746s. Okay, just be aware of that. We've got them loading up, and they don't care about their fill. That's how we know they're being confirmed and bought. 15 million, guys. That's a lot. That's a lot for one buyer. So just be aware of that. And Bullflow's flagging it too. If you come over here, let me show you guys on Bullflow. It's flagging it as well. Okay, right here you can see. Bullflow's flagging that buyer as well. I think that golden node's going to end up shifting lower if you ask me. Wow, someone dropped 1.79 million. I didn't realize those were for August 31st. That's not even like, it's not even like, it's almost, it's not even a month away, guys. 746 strikes above the ask. Sweeps. Yeah, it looks like, again, and they broke this low. It looks like they want to send this thing down to 760 if you ask me, but we'll see. You've got a lot of imbalances to the upside, but we all know that, we could come down and take some of these out that, got left here. So these are definitely in play here. Structure is bearish. Okay, we are making lower highs now, lower lows. Okay, you can see lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, equal high, lower high. So we are making lower lows and lower highs here on the intraday chart. Doors being left open to the upside. I'm not gonna try to think too much about it. I mean, we got our hedge on for the 10K fund. We've got our November call on, and we've got our hedge on for the options fund. We are in bullish positions overall for the options fund with IREN, NVIDIA, UNH, TTWO, Riot, QCOM, PCG, Netflix, MSTR, MOH, MMM, Intel, AXTI, AVGO. So grabbing some hedges here with SPY is not a big deal. The overall fund is bullish. I did want to grab those September calls for SPY because the overall fund is bullish. And then with the 10K fund, we are in some Friday puts. So for OPEX. So just keep that in mind. I'm not, you just got to take it level by level. We did break that low. Okay, we did break that low here. That's a warning sign, in my opinion. So I'd be very careful looking at buying this up. Looks like we want to retest 760. We had that other put sweep right here. This was for August 31st. Bull flow flagged both of them. Right here and right here. Right here and right here. 14.57 million, 1.79 million. Definitely something that you need to be paying attention to. It's a lot of capital. It's a lot of size. You have size, 15 million almost. You have urgency above the ask, and you have time, literally a month away. You got all three requirements. And then guess what? You've got our daily signal line. What's it doing? Red. So just be very cautious. I was willing to try this, but we broke the low. And now we're seeing all these confirmed put buying. So we'll see what happens here. We got a gap to the upside. Everybody's going to be watching. But we also have this gap to the downside that everybody's watching. So hey, I know it is annoying. I gotta have my alerts set up though, guys. Another unusual alert. DDOG. $280 calls. 2028 though. Above the ask, $2 million for 2028. Bullflow's flagging it too. I'm not buying it. Weekly's red. I'll post it, but I'm not going to follow it. Maybe if we were to get back down here towards 214. But I'm not following this. All right, let's try something out here. And we're going to go to that. This 4-hour model here has us going to approximately, if history repeats, it has us going down to 7:30, honestly, on this 4-hour. Looking at the daily model real quick. It's also got us going down to 7:30, if history is correct. If we do what we've normally done in the past. So that is something to be paying attention to. Looking at the short model, we can definitely look at them, but I don't really trade them. It's just eyeing them on pullbacks and where the ideal time to buy a long is, and that says here around 7:30. Again, I'm using this as kind of like a guide of where prices, if we are going to sell off in September, where are we likely to go? And it says here around 7:30, 7:35. It's just one of them that I track. Again, right now it's bouncing intraday here, but I don't think it's going to hold. Structure is bearish. That well that loaded up 755s could possibly be correct. 748 is where we have this one. We have a lot of them on the on TrendSpider at 750. Starting with the 6 minute. 6 minute there at 750. 10 minute there, 750. 12 minute there, 750. 15 minute there, 750. 30 minute there, 750. 45 minute there, 750. 1 hour there, 750. 65 minute, 750. 90 minute, 750. 2 hour, 750. And 4 hour, 750. Oh wait, oh, there's one more. Session, 760. And daily, 760. Daily starting to get eaten up a little bit. Should see price down around 760-ish. It's also right there around where the daily ATR is. I'm just being patient, guys. Keep your hedge on. Keep your insurance on. I'll take those those puts off at 760. Possible. 765 is the floor today. 765 is, oh, sorry. Yeah, 765's the, well, looking at it, the floor looks to be here at 768. That's the magnet for today. If we lose 768, if we can re-break through that low, it opens the door up to 765. 765 is now the magnet for Friday. This one up here at 780 is dissipated, and now we're in a negative gamma regime, and 765 is the magnet. But you are getting some nodes build here at 755. Starting to look not good for the bulls going into end of August. Level by level though, guys. We broke structure there, so I grabbed some insurance. I still have my November calls on, but I am in some insurance here for the overall fund. 760 is what I would be eyeing. I wouldn't be eyeing 765. 760 is going to be your stronger support. Could we see 765 today? Yeah, it's possible. But so far, this is holding on a wick standpoint. On a candle closure standpoint. Four-hour, red. Daily, red. Weekly, still green. We do have a weekly imbalance here. I don't know. I don't remember this being here. I don't know why, but it says it's been here for 6 days. I guess I didn't see it. I guess I didn't have the imbalances on the weekly time frame, but we do have this imbalance here at 750. Someone just loaded up 6.37 million in August 21st, 700 calls. They're not golden sweeps. They're not above the ask. But it is kind of interesting. SPY is going to be a lot more wishy-washy. Like a name like DDOG, you can see, right? It's you're going to see a lot of noise with the indices. Most of the flow is garbage. The stuff that your program throws out at you is more alertful, basically more meaningful. Bull flow and black box stocks was flagging those puts. They're not flagging those calls, so I wouldn't pay too much attention to them. Could still work, but I'm not paying much attention to them. Keeping those Septembers as a hedge for that fund. But no, it's holding so far. That node is still building here at 765. Let's take a look at the chart here. Golden level still there. It's been there all day. Juan, if you're looking for puts, I would if you're trying to like day trade this, anything up here at 770, you're going to probably meet full force rejection. I don't know. I don't think we're going to get up there though. But if we did, that would be the ideal opportune time to grab a day trade. I see you've been doing like 0 dates. If you're trying to get 0 dates, I would personally wait for this. November calls, taking a look at them. If we can get them in down at somewhere around 760 for SPY. Right now, those November calls are about $3.32. I have one on the 10K fund, and I have November $800 calls on the normal fund, and I have one on the normal fund, I believe. On the options fund. Let me look. Pretty sure. Yeah, I've got one November call 800. So, and then I got two September 755s as a hedge against the overall fund. So it's kind of interesting. But overall, again, September, I am leaning a little bit more bearish for September. But I just want to respect structure too. And structurally, we need to get back below this. I've got the hedge on, but we do need to get back below this. Four-hour candle. Typically, you do test half of the 4-hour candle. That does put you around 765. Change of character. It is changing. Structure is changing, but it hasn't seen. We have not seen a BOS yet. Once we break this, like a clear 4-hour break, which I think we will get, this will show up as a BOS. Hang tight. 4 hours still red, hourly red, 30-minute red, daily red. So 30-minute, hourly, 4-hour, and daily red. That node at 770 that I showed you right here. See this? Right there? Take a look. High priority order. Right there. Probably face rejection somewhere up inside this liquidity. But either way, it's still bearish. Something like that, maybe. Lower highs. Still. Just hang tight. I'm not picking my November back up. They're going to try to chop people up here. Hell, I think I've pretty much checked every time frame. I've been looking to see where the imbalances are, and because again, you want to manage your risk around them. And I've been looking to see where these high priority order blocks are on both SPY, SPX, and QQQ. If you want to know what I've been doing, that's what I've been doing. I've been looking at the high priority orders and the imbalances, trying to see where demand's going to come in. I mean, so far this is holding up nice, but I don't like the fact that we broke structure, and I don't like the fact that those nodes are still building to the upside. Market tide's still bearish. These nodes here is what I'm talking about. Taking a look at SPX here. There's a wall at 770. You still have this up here for August 21st, which is Friday. Okay, 77.50. Looking at weeklies. 7,700, your magnet. Okay. Negative gamma here. You got a node here for 21st here. 1.2 billion. 76.40. On weeklies. 7,700, your magnet. That's the same as SPY showing up there. $768 roughly. Massive order there. Then your node for Friday, 765. It could change. We had it up here at one point. So it can always change. But right now, the magnet is 765. That's going to hold it down. QQQ, I believe 717 when I last looked at it. Yeah, 717 for QQQ. Negative gamma here. Just be very careful if you're trying to long this. What I'd like to see happen, drip down into here. This is where I'd like to buy. 762, better yet, 758, the gap fill, but I know there's going to be a lot of people that look for that gap fill there. But 762, anywhere from 760 to 762 would be ideal if we can get the job done. You broke the low here, and we did briefly break the low here. It's not good structurally. High priority order still up here at 778 on the 1 hour. But you also, keep in mind, whoops. Have one there. I'm going to leave this up. So what we want to see here, if you're wanting to get a further dip down into 760 with me. So for those who have insurance, for those who are looking to really add size again, add back size, what you want to see is this shift lower. You want to see this disappear, dissipate, and you want to see either the golden shift lower down here or even appear and shift lower down here. What you don't want to see is this hold, which I don't think it will. I think that we're going to see this shift lower. I think that QQQ is going to shift lower. I think we're going to get more of a dip than what we got. They teased it, right? They teased it. We saw this put buyer, 15 million. Okay, we saw this guy, 3.9 million on QQQ. Okay, the QQQ one is buying August 31st, 705s. My team, 705s. He threw 3.9 million for August 31st, 705s. I just be very careful, guys. Just as convicted as we are when we see unusual flow with calls. Well, this 15 million put buyer is very unusual, especially for a month out, especially because it came in above the ask. Okay, so just be very careful here. I know it seems like they're just chopping. They're going to fake people out. I think that the bulls are going to try. They're buying this. They bought this. They bought this little bit of a dip here, and they're going to get comfortable with it. And I do think they're going to end up getting rugged down to 760. Just be very careful. We have one November call on with the 10K fund. We've got the put on for Friday just in case. And we've got the September September puts for the options fund on as insurance as well against the overall fund. So just be careful here. What I'm watching to see is this shift lower. That's kind of ideally what we want to see. Okay, we want to see the yellow node shift lower. Same with QQQ. We want to see this shift lower. Okay, once we do, that's going to be like really good confirmation. For now, we haven't seen that yet. So it's still technically a magnet, but we've seen it oftentimes shift lower. So be very careful, especially with this put buyer here, this put buyer here, and then you can see here the hourly and the 4 hour and the daily are all bearish now. Okay, they're red. The 4 hour daily, the hourly 4 hour, the 30-minute hourly 4 hour and daily are all red. So that tells me, hey, there's a very decent chance. We see 760. So I just want to be very careful. Could we fill the gap? Yeah, we could. Okay, but either way, I still think we're going to make our way down to 760. So never hurts to grab insurance. So far, DDOG, PLTR, and NVIDIA are the only ones, the only unusual flow for today. But the NVIDIA ones were for... Sorry, I'm losing my voice. The NVIDIA ones, most of it's garbage. The alert, sorry, I'll be right back. Sorry, the alert log here, it flags the ones that matter, the ones that are being confirmed, the ones that are being bought. And you can see here, NVIDIA, we were seeing more flow. This is for December, June of 2027, December here, and December. So mostly December calls that we're seeing with NVIDIA. I don't like it because they're more ITM and they're blocks and they're not above the ask and it's smaller size. So not a big fan of the NVIDIA one. Looking at Palantir, same thing. Really ITM, don't really like those. Not much on size, nor is it much on time. Okay, TMUS I do like because you have time, you've got above the ask, you have urgency, and you have size. Okay, when you have this much size for this little of time with this much urgency, I like. So TMUS, really good, really like it. DDOG, don't like it because their signals are bearish, but you do have urgency, you do have size, but you do not have time. So I'm not a big fan of DDOG as well. So the only one worth paying attention to today is TMUS. Looking at this, again, I'm not buying it. I'm not falling for it. I'm just not. I think that they're going to probably take a lot of people's stops out here. Send this to 760. I just don't like the fact that the hourly, the 4 hour, and the daily are all red now. It's not a good sign. VIX has a golden node back at 15. I think it's going to be very important how we close this daily candle. trying to see, where's the gamma flip at? If I turn this off, go to heat map. 774. Yeah, the gamma flip is all the way up here at 774. It's doing little to nothing, team. I'm not falling for it, though. I'm still leaning bear. Still leaning bear. $15 million with one put buyer in a month is just too much for me to ignore. Especially with my 4-hour, hourly, and daily all red. So, keeping insurance on, keeping it just one call for November. I'm not touching anything right now. I'm still leaning bear. Short term, that is. I'll flip to bull down at 760. Maybe 765 if that's the golden node. What I expect here, I already told you guys, I don't expect us to come up and tag this. It's possible we could. I expect this to get shifted lower. So instead, watch this turn purple, watch it dissipate, and then watch this turn yellow, watch it grow, and then eventually shift lower and lower and lower on our way down to 760. That's kind of what I'm expecting. Could we pop, fill the gap? Yeah, it's possible we could. But the risk versus reward at this point, I'm just not going to trade it. I've got my insurance. I've got my one call, but I'm not touching it beyond that. I think we'll get him. I think we'll get a better opportunity at 760. Yields. Looking at yields, 4.7, above 4.736%. Or sorry, they're up 0.21% today. The 10-year yield, 30-year yield up to 5.316. 20-year yield 5.313%. I mean, the yields are running. Yields are running. Gamma flipped, negative gamma. Put buyers, confirmed put buying, hourly, 4-hour, daily bearish. 2.3 billion put wall at 765 now. So keep that in mind. Structure technically broke. We technically broke. Right now it's looking like a little bit of a liquidity grab, but we'll see by the end of the day. We'll see how this daily candle closes. Bears want to see a close below this low. Bulls want to see a close above to fill the gap. How we close today will tell us a lot. But I'm leaning bear. 30-minute is about to flip. It's at negative 12. But the hourly is still bearish. 4 hours still bearish. And daily still bearish. Telling me 760 is possible. And balances out the yin-yang up to the upside. So keep that in mind. We do have a ton to the upside, and they typically do get taken out fairly quick. So there's still risk of upside. That's why I kept the 1 November call on. So idea is, okay, we push up, take out 773. I'll probably take my 1 November call off. If we push down towards 760, take the put off and add it back. If we do push up towards 773 again, fill the gap. Honestly, I would honestly expect it to get rejected if that daily's still red. So we'll see. But that's how I'm going to stay positioned for now. High priority order here. Sometimes you'll see them get taken out and then reject. But again, gamma wall bearish, signal line on 4-hour daily and hourly bearish, and we're seeing a massive put wall get built, which is on this heat map right here. $765. Okay, so if we do push past this high right here, we can grab our November back. But I'm not going to grab it until we get past this high. We have one, we had two that I bought at I bought at the lows near the open. I don't know exactly where I bought it. We briefly had it, then we closed it back out. If we can see confirmation, I will grab it back. But until then, I'm keeping it just one November call, one Friday put. If we clear this high, I will bring it back. Lines up with this heat map here for today. We would need to clear basically essentially 770, but I don't think that's going to happen. For Friday, you still have these nodes to the downside here on SPX, SPY, QQQ, and then you've got this one here on the VIX, plus multiple others on the VIX. So I'll be watching that previous high right here that I have marked. Wait for confirmation. That is 769.88. 12:30 flows are going to be coming in. 1 o'clock, one in about 30 minutes. 1 o'clock, 1:30 flows are going to be coming in. See this volume shelf right here, guys? That's very important. You've got the volume that comes in right here. Okay? Starting right here. You've got the volume that comes in. But the minute you lose basically this level, volume's super thin, causing fast and aggressive moves. This is a very, very important level here for the S&P. If this level right here is lost, little to no volume down here, which is also where this imbalance is. Four-hour TTM is squeezing. The last time it released, price moved higher. I'm gonna mark it. I'll mark it on the actual chart so you guys can see the price. 767.84, which we did lose. We got as low as 767.34. We did briefly lose it, but then we reclaimed it. 767.84 is going to be where that volume comes in at. If you lose that level, if let's say we close the day or close a 4-hour candle below that level, you don't see volume come in until 749. Very important that we take it very cautious here, especially given the 4 hours, red, the daily's red. Little to no volume right here. See if anything's changing here on this chart. No, nothing new. Nothing new here on SPY. $728. Or sorry, 720. 720 wall. 720 wall on Qs. 770 wall on SPY. Here's your put buyer right here. Not doing little to nothing really. Not what you want to see, guys. Not what you want to see if you're bullish. This thing's going to dissipate, if you ask me. I'll show you some examples. Let me get rid of the QQQs. Okay, keep in mind, we also have this put buyer, which was the day before yesterday. 3.4 million in sweeps for August 12th. Oh, this was August 12th. No, this was a 0 date, I guess. Hold on, let me get out of this replay. Bull crap. How the hell do I get off this replay? I don't want no replay. All right, so this was August 13th, 14th, 17th. Okay. All right, so you've got this one here, this $15 million one. You got this $2.5 million one for September 25th. And then you also have this guy right here. Okay, what I want to show you is how they shift these. Let me go back a little bit further. Let me go back a month. I'm going to show you how they shift these typically. Okay. if it will show up the past ones. I don't think it will. All right, well, you can see here, we'll just use these as a few examples. I'm on the 1 hour. Let me go to the 5 minute real quick. All right, so you can see here we had them to the downside, then they shifted it higher. Price made its way up to that, okay? Then they shifted it higher again. Price made its way up to it. Shifted it higher again. Price came up to it. Then shifted it lower. Price came down towards it and then gravitated back and forth. Okay. Then they had it shift lower the next day. Okay. Price came and eventually took that node out. And then they shifted it lower again. Okay. Took it out. So what I'm expecting, and then they shifted it lower again. So what I'm expecting here with the gap down, I'm expecting this to get shifted lower in time. Whether we get the shift lower today or not, I think they're probably going to shift this lower based off of this heat map here. Okay, because we're seeing the node grow there at 765. I am thinking that by Friday, we're going to have a golden node at 765. We'll see. For now, it is still there at 770 for anyone who's wanting to play like day trading or whatever. You could trade it up to 770. That's the best case that the bulls will probably get today if they send it higher, 770. But I would expect a rejection there. I will add my November call if we do break that high. Right here. 769.88. Because that is a gamma flip. Show you. A move above, actually 773 is the gamma flip. Technically, we shouldn't really add to our calls until we see the gamma flip there. So big wall there at 770. That's the node you're seeing for today. But again, you're going to see that magnet grow and shift lower by the time we get to Friday. You don't have much for tomorrow. You don't have much for the next day. But Friday, you have that node there that's growing there at 765. So I'm not falling for it right now. I'm not just yet. I don't trust it. I don't think it's going to keep going yet. I think that there's still pretty high risk of given the 4 hours bearish and the daily is now bearish. I'm leaning more towards pretty big risk of coming down here to 760. Okay, when we were down there before with the daily, you can see the daily's been green since price. The daily, since the daily rised, okay, it's been in since 741. If you count the daily flipped green, it's been in since 747, and it has not flipped red since. And now we're getting that flip red. That makes me very cautious here. The last time the daily flipped red, price sold off to 730. The time before that, the daily flipped red, price sold off to 730, 720. The time before that, the daily flipped red, price sold off to 720, 730. That is why I'm grabbing insurance. That's why I'm not buying this dip too much yet. That's why this morning, whenever I picked up the call, I was like, yep, nope, I took it right back off because this daily is now flipping red. This is very bad. Very bad for the bull case, that is. Because the last one, the last two, the last three times the daily has flipped red has led to a move to 730. So although, yes, we took a loss on the calls, we will make more if we wait for that daily to get back in because it doesn't look good. It looks like price wants to move down. Daily's red, 4 hours red. Again, put sweeps. Not trusting it, guys. As much as I want to be in calls here, because it's holding 768. I think by after hours or by tomorrow or by end of week, we're probably moving down to 760. And then if we lose 760 and this proves to be a liquidity sweep, it's even worse. If this proves to be a liquidity sweep and price drives under, okay, this level, then 730 is back in play. I'm not counting any of that just yet, but I am not blindly just buying calls either. I'm keeping size small to make sure, okay, how do we react here when we get to 760? We can try something there, but ideally we want to see how does price react. Do we drive below it? Liquidity sweep. Do we drive and bounce and move higher? Okay, true breakout. But for now, daily's red, and we're not even at the retest of the breakout. In the last, again, 3 times the daily's flipped red, we've seen price sell off. So it's something I cannot ignore. I think that it's going to, I think today people are going to try to buy it, and they're probably going to fail. Price is going to come down there, bounce. Given the fact that we're seeing, what was the puts again? What were they? 755s? Yeah. 15 million almost. Doesn't look good. September, historically bearish. Remember that? Got to watch out. Told everybody I'm getting a little bared up for September. Well, the bulls are running out of time. September's literally the worst month for SPY. The second to worst month is June. And then you have 2 good months in July and August. Best month, November. Again, they're probably going to send this thing down September, October to send it higher in November and December. I'm not falling for it, especially the fact that this is red now. If this comes back to green, great, whatever. But for now, I'm being very cautious, and I kind of want to remove my other November call, to be honest with you. But I'm going to wait. November call would get, we would exit if this turns out to be a liquidity sweep and price drives underneath this. I'll get rid of that first November call, and then we'll look to try to get in somewhere down here maybe. But not good on the daily part here. Guess I'll let everybody know in the Discord this too. Okay, let's just look. %. 4%. I'm not counting that wick. .2%. Say drawdown of it. So the last minimum, okay, the last 730, the last 4 times. A minimum price of 731.67. 731.53. 1230 flow, 130 flows coming in. Time before that, when the daily went red, was right here. Price was also at, guess what, 714. Price, the time before that, the daily went red. Ooh, look at that. That was in March. So literally, we've only seen a few daily reds. Okay, it was here in May when we basically went from 713 and went sideways pretty much. Then it was here when we went from 748 down to 730. It was here when we went from the highs of 750 down to 730. It was here when we went from the highs of 750 back down to 728. And it was here when we went from the highs of 750 back down to 730. So just be aware of that, guys. You've had 5 flips. You've had 5 flip reds. 4 out of 5, we saw a minimum of 2.4%, and price went down to the 730s. And the time before that was in March. You don't get the flip reds very often. So there was 4. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one here too. I can mark it. Pretty much went sideways. Didn't really do much. Saw a little bit of downside, but not much. Price moved back up, moved back down. I typically go from the swing low high, but that was the 5th time. So, but pretty much for the last 4 times we've seen price move lower. So I just want to be very cautious here. 30 is moving back up. Going to regular hours real quick. It's flipping green on the 30 temporarily. If you're wanting to get back into calls, wait for a breakout confirmation. I would say this high here. I've got a mark at 769.88. If you were to break above 769.88, you could try to play that gap fill. But again, at what cost? Hourly, red, 4-hour, red, daily, red, weekly pointing back. Weekly's starting to move down. Guys, the last time the weekly moved down, it went red. The time before that, the weekly moved down, it eventually went red. The time before that, the weekly went down, eventually went red. So that's something worth noting too here going into September. Monthly can stay bullish. Monthly can stay bullish a long time, right? We've talked about this. Okay, looking at this, just be very careful. I'm starting to get real bared up here for September. Okay, looking at this, I just want to let you guys know the monthly can be green and the weekly can be red, right? You can see here, monthly was green here in 2023. Remember this date, August of 2023. August, September, October. Okay? Then new highs. Monthly said, hey, this is a buying opportunity. Buying opportunity, new highs are coming. What happened? Buying opportunity, new highs came. Okay? That was 10%. 10% move down did not phase the monthly. It said, hey, we're going to move higher. And it did. But guess what? Remember this date, August of 2023. Look at the weekly. The monthly is green, but look at the weekly, August of 2023. See this? Exactly. August of 2023, right here. Right here. Weekly went red. Monthly stayed green. And because the monthly said, hey, this is a buying opportunity, price moved higher later, but we still saw downside. We could still see, hell, we could see 700 and still be up for 830, 800 later on in the year. So be very careful here going into September. Weekly can flip red, monthly can stay green, and this be just a buying opportunity. So just be aware of that. Weekly can go red, and we could go sideways. Weekly can go red, we could correct a little bit. Either way, be very cautious. Look at the gamma levels. That's what we're doing. Gamma is negative. We're negative gamma. We've got nodes building to the downside at 765. The ceiling's probably going to shift lower by the end of the week. We're probably going to see that golden node shift down. Oh, imagine that, guys. Remember that? I just said it. Imagine that. Guess what? Shifting lower, as I just said earlier. Guess the freak what? Exactly. Shifting lower. The gold node is shifting lower here. Not good. Not good. Okay, now this is going to be a magnet. Now price is probably going to bounce and move back and forth. This is going to dissipate. You're going to see more come down to the downside. I'm looking and I'm getting a little bared up here. Just being honest with you guys. Okay, that's why I grabbed the September puts on the options fund. That's why I grabbed the put for Friday, which I'm probably going to shift out to September at some point. Looking for a move down, 760 at the least. We'll take it level by level, okay? That's the retest of the breakout. If price drives below it, this was a liquidity sweep. This whole breakout was fake. If price goes back below this breakout zone. And then that's going to be a major warning sign. So we're gonna again take it level by level here, but the momentum is fading here for the bulls for sure. And we're seeing the ceilings shift lower on the gamma exposure. I'm going to let everybody know that they're shifting the wall lower. Okay, time to sell some quant fund. Yeah, you can. So now it's shifting back up here. Okay, remember, they're going to play around with it for now. If you do start to see, like, let's say this, was golden, or let's say there was a golden node to the downside, sometimes that does allow for a gap down. Okay, sometimes that can let you know that, you know, price might gap down, but there's nothing really to be able to tell that, you know, right off the bat. They're gonna play. They're shifting back and forth here. I think it's gonna eventually stay. You're gonna see it back and forth, but then you break below it, then this is gonna stay yellow, and this one's gonna end up. This one's gonna be gone. This one's gonna disappear by end of week. This one will be. This one and this one. These two right here will probably be gone by end of week. This one's gonna be yellow, and price is probably gonna be trading at 760 freaking 5, if you ask me. 765 by end of week, probably. Maybe lower. We'll see. But we need to see some form to the downside. This one dissipated. So far, we have two. We have this. We want to see it below this. If we want to get a good dip buy, okay, we want to see it below this, moving towards 760. VRT, we're selling VRT. Oh, we already did. We're selling ANET. I think we already did that one too. Yep. We're selling SOXX. We are in that one still. We're selling SOXX for a 4% profit. And we are selling CRDO. We already did that. So SOXX is the only one we're selling. All the others we got sold already. I'm probably going to rotate gold and silver miners and gold and silver into the quant fund. And XO, well, we already got XOM. Very, very careful. Google Sheet is updated, I believe. Yes. 10K fund. We have one again. We don't have two. So let me go ahead and get that 10K fund channel updated real quick. We just have one at, okay. All right, this is updated now. Quant fund, we sold SOXX. Okay, everything's updated. You guys can go check it out if you need to. Sold SOXX today. Options fund bought TMUS and bought SPY puts for September. Stock fund just sitting on it. We will do our rotations on Friday. I'll do my scanner and everything, and we'll see what we need to rotate in and out. Because this is all stock funds on a weekly closure basis. So I'm not doing anything for that until Monday. We do most of the activity on the stock fund Monday. It's on a weekly basis. But looking here, a SPY. Again, this golden node here. Shifting lower. We're going to start to see that one appear again. This don't look good. Not going to lie. I hope you guys got some hedges, because I think this thing's going to go back down, honestly. Market looks like it wants to pull back. If you're following the quant fund, if you're someone who's only following the quant fund, I would pick up some September puts that we grabbed. If you're only following the stock fund, I would pick up some September puts if you haven't. If you're following the options fund, then you already should be in the September puts. If you're following the 10K fund, then we have those hedges for Friday. And eventually I probably will get those September puts, but not here. I don't want to get them here. If we manage to, like, let's say, push up towards 769, 770, then I might consider the Septembers. But for now, I'm keeping small size on the Septembers. The biggest thing the 10K fund I'm doing is small size across the board. But depending on whether you're following those other funds or not, and whether they're the only thing you're following, I would definitely have some hedges in place. Quant fund is down 293 after taking all those profits earlier this week. It's down 293 with its open positions. It's still in Apple, AMD, APP, DDOG, Hood, Mara, MSTR, ONDS, Riot, and Wolf. Options fund, it's still got a lot, but a lot of the positions like TMUS 50% size, SPY for November 50% size, Riot 50% size, PCG 50% size, Netflix and Nvidia less than 50% in size. Same with IREN, less than 50% size, and then AXTI about 50% size. So we're in a lot. The only ones we're in full size is United Health, TTWO, QCOM, MSTR, MOH, MMM, Intel, and AVGO. Very important on why I'm scaling these the way I'm scaling them at the levels that they're at. So please make sure you're keeping if you can't follow every name in the options fund, don't follow it. I would not be following it. I would stick with the stock fund or something like that. But because the options fund, you're going to have names that run, you're going to have names that don't run. Some names are going to make up a lot of what didn't run. And if you cherry pick the options trades, you're not going to do well with it. You got to stick with every name we're getting into, and then most will make up for the ones that have not. For example, the whole loss across the board of the options fund is still made up with the profits we've already locked in. And most of these are out September, December, November, December, August on the Nvidia, which is 0.4% of fund size. Most of them are November, December calls that with names that still look really, really good for end of year runs. So, but if you can't stick with all of them, I wouldn't follow the options fund. I would stick with the quant fund or the stock fund, and then do minor things with the S&P when we get to key levels. For example, right now, scaled into some November calls with some hedges in place. But this golden node is building. Okay, keep that in mind. Let's take a look at the heat map again. You'll see it's shifting lower. We're getting more to the downside here. Ceiling seems to be shifting lower. By the end of week, I would expect the golden node to be down at 765. We'll see. You've got building at 767. You've got a building at... Let me see if I can turn previous close on. Yeah, here we go. Since previous close. So you'll see they are building. The 766s are up 55%. 553%. Let me zoom in real quick. Yeah, 553% on the 766s. These are up 52% since previous close. This node's up 121% since previous close. So we're seeing downside exposure build. So it's, please just be careful. Ceiling's getting shifted lower, yada, yada, yada. This low is probably going to get broken by end of day, if you ask me. I'd say they're going to drive it below, close it for the day. I'm half tempted to take the damn November, all of the Novembers off, honestly. Stick with September. Stick with that whale. It's growing. You got some nodes here at 760 and 750 for August 28th and 31st. I'm still seeing more bullish for September, bullish nodes for now. Just some bearish coming into end of August, it looks like. $760 might be the floor. Appreciate it. Yeah, I've been doing them every day. All day. I've been going live every day, all day. And I'm not gonna lie, guys. This is chopping. It chops us up here doing, with all this crap. It's better to just kind of wait. If we can get that drip down to 765, that should make up for the 2 calls we had for Friday. And then if we can buy our November calls there and catch a bounce up to 775, 778, if we can catch a bounce at 760, we'll see some growth there. Okay, but I'm not going to lie, a lot of this this week, all this chop has just been terrible. It really has. But I do expect it to take off as far as, with our entry. If we can get in, sorry, I'm saying 765. If we can get in down here at 760, I feel like that's going to be a really, if we see 765 get taken, the floor roll down, and we can get down towards 760, that would be a beautiful buying opportunity for a move up to 778. Okay, 777. Remember the probabilities; they look cooked, which is why I'm not really holding a bias. Wherever dealers are positioned, that's where we need to be paying attention to. Right now, they're positioned for 765s. Okay, today, this little pop higher, a joke. Okay, I mean, let me go to the 2-minute real quick. I'll show you. It's a joke. I mean, I guarantee you, trap symbols. This here, joke. Look at it now. Back down, right? That node for Friday is weighing it down. Okay, we're probably going to see eventually, whether it be today, we got what, 2 hours? Whether it be maybe today we drop below the low again, or tomorrow gap down, don't know. But what I am saying, there's a big magnet there at 765. The daily, again, I can't stress that enough. The daily signal line, the last 4 times it's been red, has led to a minimum of 730. Okay, look right here. This signal line was red. 1, 2, 1. That's 3. That's 4. The last 4 times, right here, right here, right here, and right here. The last 4 times, prices moved down to a minimum of 730. It's not good. Probability, right? Dating back to May, the last 4 times. I'm gonna make a post about it, I guess, so I can give some people some clarity of why I'm getting a little bared up here. The last 4 times. Let's go ahead and drop a post. Put a question mark. Let me get rid of some of this other crap so we can see just the chart. Get rid of this. Ah, you gotta be kidding me. I gotta redraw it. Hold on a second. I'm gonna get rid of this because this is no longer valid. We broke structure. Okay, so the last 4 times, I have no bias. I mean, literally, people will say, oh, you're a perma bull. Yeah, well, I was. I'm a perma, whatever the hell my signal says. So here we are. It's red. It's red. It's red. Red. And red. The last 4 times. Let me try to get this lined up correctly so that it doesn't look confusing. It's snapping that low again. Okay, got the screenshot. We're good. I'll show you guys while I'm making it. Hold on a second. Put the screenshot in there. Okay, we're losing that freaking low. What was it? What was it? What's the minimum? 731.35. 731.53. Let's see. It's not breaking it yet, so I'm not going to put that. All right, you just at first saw me create my own post. So all those people that say I don't, you can tell. I see all those trolls. They're like, "Oh, he doesn't make his own." No, I do. I freaking type up my own crap, people. Okay, all eyes on. Okay. I guess we can add in a little bit of OG-ness here. There we go. I do paste this in there. There we go. We'll take that out though. And I will leave that too. Screw it. All right. Here we go. Pretty much the same thing we've talked about. The last 4 times, right? Price is sold off. And this is a sign of weakness here. And we're breaking this low right there. We're right there at it currently, but we already technically broke it. So just keep that in mind. That's why we're in. That's why we have insurance here. I'm going to add in, we tried There you go. I just dropped it. Pretty much everything we've already talked about, though. Gamma building. I'm going to go get some more coffee, guys. I'm going to leave this screen on. I'm going to put on QQQs as well. We already know the VIX has an upside one there at the VIX has an upside one there at 20, or it did. It did at one point. It's not showing there now, but I'm going to turn the VIX off. SPX. SPX has that node there too, but the node at 77.20 and 77.35 is, I'm not paying too much attention to that. Honestly, SPX, I'm going to turn this one off too. Keep on QQQ. Okay. You can see it here. It's not going to give you the percentage for some reason because I'm on, what's going on? Why was it way there? So for Friday, look at this. Friday's node right here, 717. We're right here at Friday's node for QQQ. The next one's 710. The next one's 706. SPYs is at 765. Just watch how they shift. Watch how they move. SPYs at 747.48 right now, which is the low of August 6th. The low of August 6th was 747.46. I turned the alert thing off, but you know, if you see price below, here, I'm going to put it right here. Well, no, because I'm going to have the gamma chart on. But 747.46 is the August 6th low. It's not looking good. Everybody's expecting everybody's expecting the push up to fill the gap. Well, they forget that we do have a gap to the downside too. So I'm going to be very cautious if you're trying to buy this. I would wait. I think that we'll finally get our chance at 760. And honestly, since we are losing this, if we do lose this volume block, you don't get much. You don't have much demand. You've got a little bit. You can see it's littler. You can see the volume. You see a little volume come in here. You can see the little volume there. You see that there's a little bit of volume coming in there. That's at 760. Look at where the big volume comes in. The big volume comes in here at 750. The big volume comes in here at 735. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I'm going to stay on, but I am losing my voice, so I'm very sorry. But you can see 760, that's where you're going to have a lot of volume. This is going to be a quick move. Probably an overnight move. Who asked about the overnight move? The overnight gap downs typically happen when you lose a substantial level like this, and price just quickly moves down. Okay? And you get a gap down. That's typically what happens here with gaps. So just be watching this. I mean, if we don't hold, this is right here at 767. We can zoom it in. Okay, I'll zoom it in real quick. I'll mark it. We're below it. So we are below it. 767.88. This volume shelf. Volume gets super light. You don't see any more volume come in until 760. But look at that. You don't see much volume even in it there at 760. The real volume starts coming in at 750. And then even more down in the 730s, which remember, the last 4 times we've seen the signal line go red, 730s. So I'm just saying bullish regimes can still have pullbacks, and I'm up for anything. I'm down for anything. I'm going to trade it level by level. We have our insurance for 760. We can try for a bounce there at the gap support, retest a breakout, and move higher. But I'm not doing anything right here regarding calls. Waiting. Saw the put buyers. A lot of them. Another one here. 1.49 million for September 18th, 757s. 15 million almost. 755s, September. August 31st, 746s. Someone dropped 1.7 million. Wouldn't pay too much attention though to these, noise. The biggest one that flagged on, the biggest one that flagged was the 755s for September. So, so far it is kind of playing with this level here. Again, this is going to be your magnet. 765 is going to be your magnet. But QQQ is already right here at its gamma level. I'd like to, we could take our put off if we got down to 765 to try for a bounce. But I'm not going to take the put off until we at least see 765. My guess is we could gap down to 765. We could gap down to, yeah, probably around 765. Maybe. Vixpiration is tomorrow too. VIX has a couple of gaps to the downside. At some point, we will see a relief rally if we get a sell-off. I want to be ready for that too, if the VIX tries to fill its lower gaps. But where I'm standing, the VIX is overdue for the run. Imbalances on the 1 hour still up there. The VIX can run long, the VIX is known to leave gaps behind. So I'm not saying these two have to fill. But you do have this imbalance here. We're reaching day number 10. The average days to eliminate, 13.5. This was created 10 days ago, so we're reaching day number 10. That's the last one. We already took this one out right here that we saw from the lows. Daily ATR, 4-hour ATR right there too. So a node is basically the highest. When you see this, these are all nodes. Okay, all of these, but they're all this is highlighted in blue because it's the biggest one. So it's going to act as a magnet. Okay, GEX exposure. So this is net negative gamma here. This is positive gamma. When you get into positive gamma, you see price typically stall and not move. But when you're in negative gamma, you see price move very quickly. So like the move to 770, the move to 765, the back and forth whipsawing can happen very quick when you're in a negative gamma regime. And the fact that we have this big node here at 765 tells us, hey, price is, it's a decent probability of price moving down to this. But keep in mind, these can change. And when you're seeing it, and let me show you here on the chart, this represents it differently. It's the same thing, same heat map, just on the chart. Hold on. Whoops. Come on now. Get me off that damn legacy chart. Bull crap. Okay. So when you see it here, it acts as a magnet. And you can see they dissipate, they come back, they move, they change. They're always changing. You can see this one shifted from yellow, and then the one down here shifted to yellow. Now it's acting as a magnet. Price typically will bounce, move back and forth within that GEX level here. It's where dealers are it's where they're positioned the most, and it's going to act as a magnet. When you see, let's say we saw price move above 770, dealers now have to hedge their positions, which can drive price higher. Same if we saw price move below 765. You can see here, if we go over to the agent, he'll say the same damn thing. Where is it at? Hold on a second, I'll show you. I plan on having an SOP all built up for you guys too. So you can see here, the closest map prints a bearish gravity around 768, 769, while a larger positive upside node sits noticeably higher near 775. Overhead potential resistance pinning. Again, pinning because when you get up here towards 775, you're going to have that act as a massive wall. In positive gamma, you see price stall. Negative gamma, you can see price move very quickly and more volatility. The fact that there's a 1 billion net GX node there, positive gamma node here at 775, that's going to act as your wall and where price typically pins. It's what I was saying earlier. Pinning and can allow directional shift to build if price probes either side at spot cluster. The closest map prints a bearish gravity around 768, 769, while a larger positive node sits up at 775. Again, below the next prominent downside negative concentration is around 765. Okay, that's this node here at 765. That's this node here at 775. So really, you're going to find a wall of support here at 765, and you're going to find a wall of resistance here at 775. But the biggest node here is at 765. Therefore, should act as a magnet as long as they do not shift that higher again, which if you come over here to this chart, you will see it more represented on the chart. These bubbles here. Okay, this one right here. You will typically see price move back and forth in between this node. And then if they ever shift it like they did here, like let's say like this, perfect example, right? They're starting to shift it back higher. See that? See that? They're starting to shift it back higher. Then that tells you that dealers, and the way dealers are exposed and positioned, price can move back up and gravitate towards this level, but price will stall here because of how they're positioned. If we got above this, then you could see it higher. If you got below this, you could see much lower. 765 would be next. After 765, 760. Actually, I think it's 762. But right now, you're bouncing between 767 and 770. For Friday, you have a big node at 765. So by Friday, there should be a golden level here at 765. But we're going off of today's levels. And for today, that chart that I just showed you, that I was just on, is going off of these nodes right here for today. All of these. But by Friday, this one is holding a bit more weight. It's a toss-up between 775 and this. But right now, 765 is holding more weight. But for today, that chart is going off of these levels. And you can see 770. You can see the big wall there at 768. So you're basically playing support and resistance with this chart as for day trades. But looking at our own signals, as I showed you, hourly is red, 4 hours red, daily is red. Whether we get a push to, whether we get a push here or not, whether we get a push up to this node at 770 or not, I would say it's going to face with rejection. And not to mention that bad boy right there. This guy right here. Not to mention that. That's massive. Somebody's either going to make a lot of money or lose a lot of money. 15 million for September. See a whale load up $15 million in puts. Didn't care about his average. He just wanted in. He wanted in above the ask. He just did not care. Just dropping $15 million on puts for September. it's a little bit alarming. It's pretty unusual. Like most of our flow is like DDOG here. Okay. Most of our flow is small, 1.9 million. TMUS, you'll get a few, but 2.25 million. PLTR, 2 million, 2 million, 2 million, right? Some of these unusual alerts like NVIDIA here, 1 million, 1 million, right? On some of these unusual alerts here. But when you see a whale load up 15 million, like, that's insane. For September 18th. I'm going to track them. I'm going to track these. $7.55 puts. Now they're still up about 18% today. So that open interest is going to jump up to 37,000. So tomorrow you'll see that open interest jump up to like 37,000 because of this. Volume changes throughout the day. Open interest changes the next day. So what you want to see is you want to watch the volume. Okay, we know that this was a put buyer. We know that this is our whale right here. This is our whale. So now the open interest jumps up by 23-ish thousand. So that's going to be around 37,000 tomorrow, and the volume is going to be 0. Just like this one. The volume will be 0 right here. Now let's say the volume jumps back up to 23,000. Let's say we get a drop and then the volume jumps up to 23. Well, if that's the case, the whale is probably exiting. If I went and bought another COHR call, that volume would jump up to 25. If I bought a SpaceX call, that volume would jump up to 5, which I don't have SpaceX, but my point is, and then the open interest tomorrow would jump up by 5. So you track this, okay, you know this was our whale. Okay, this was prior to the whale. This is going to jump up tomorrow. So then we track the volume. Does the volume increase by 23,000? Does the volume decrease by 23,000? Okay? Or sorry, increase by 23,000 and then the open interest decrease? If that's the case, if we see volume jump back up tomorrow, after volume 0, because it's a new day, volume will be 0 tomorrow. This will be 37, somewhere on 37,000. If that volume jumps back up to 23, that whale probably just got out. If the volume stays 0, we know the whale is still in. The volume would have to increase for the whale to get out. So we can track this whale who dropped $15 million on a 31-day expiry contract. $15 million on a con out the money 31 days out. We can track it though. Does he stay in, he or she? Okay, does this whale stay in? Well, I'm willing to, just because my daily's red, my 4 hours red, my weekly's pointing down, I've got imbalances at 760, another imbalance across the board on all time frames at 750. I've got this whale loading up $15 million worth of call or puts, used to saying calls, at 755, 31 days till expiry, not caring about his fill because he wanted in above the ask. Hey, I don't care. I want to pay more. I want to pay more to get in now. Okay, what does he know? I don't know. He or she sweeps above the ask, 15 mil, 31 days out. Insane. So whether we get a push, again, to fill the gap or whatever on SPY, whether we push up to fill 772 or not, I'll probably take my November call off there, the one that I have on the 10K fund, take it off there. I might buy it into a September put. Since the 4 hours red, daily's red, and weekly's kind of pointing down. with another thing, another weekly imbalance down here too. So there's a lot of reasons why I'm leaning a little bearish here going, and then not to mention September being a pretty bearish month. So could be wrong. Again, nothing's for sure, nothing's certain, but high chance of a rejection there around 772. That's a lot of money for a 31-day contract. It's crazy. What we got? Back to the down, right? See, now it's back in, it's flipping back and forth. There he is. We had another one load up August 31st. 746s for August 31st. It shows on Black Box too. It's right here. Above the ask as well. $1.79 million. Someone dropped $1.8 million on August 31st puts when price was at 768. I'll track those two. $831, $746. He's up 36%. Again, volume's high. Open interest is low, but tomorrow you'll see these jump up. 16,000 volume. Well, guess what? 12,000 of it was the whale. 20,000 volume here. Or sorry. 23,000 volume here. Well, guess what? 20,000 was the whale. So 12,000 was the whale, 20,000 was the whale. So you're telling, so the other 4,000 volume is probably people following me, someone else that dropped it, Bullflow, Black Box Stocks that dropped it, any of them. Anyone's got the program. So 20,000 was the whale, 12,000 was the whale. So guess what? We know retail is following. There's people, there's little guys following these guys. Okay? So we want to see, does this jump? So this is going to jump up by 12,000 at least. This is going to jump up by 20,000 at least. So then we watch the volume. Does the volume jump up by 12? Again, after it starts out at 0 tomorrow with the open interest high, does the volume jump up? We don't know. We'll see. If it does, whale's probably getting out. But for now, the whale is in. And you don't see a whale throw 15 million at it and then exit immediately. Too many people looking for this gap fill. We might not get it. We'll see. 30-minute is green. Hourly.